You get depleted, Dave. You get depleted, Dave.
And good morning, Canada. Welcome to the beautiful Commonwealth Lawn Bowling Club in Edmonton, Alberta. As we are down to this, the first set of finals here in the 2025 Canadian Lawn Bowling Championships. John Seitman here to bring you the action as we are down to the semi-final round in the men's singles, women's pairs, the men's fours, and our feature game here this morning is the women's triples matchup here on rink 7. So it will be Saskatchewan with lead Jan Robson. My apologies. Vice Rachel Larson and skip Harry Patulli, and they'll be facing off against the British Columbia champions, the lead Gigi Chan, the vice Serena Mock, and the skip is Vivian Chan. As we see, the teams have finished up their trial ends and are quickly into the first end of play. A reminder that the matchups today will be just as it was in the round robin. 2 hours is the time limit. 12 end games for the team competitions. And in the case of the triples event, it is 2 bowl triples instead of the 3 bowls that some of you may be familiar with. As we see Rachel Larson here, Harriet's calling it on. Looks like it is close. Favorite for the shot from our view here from the Queen's balcony, but probably just behind Jack High. We'll mention we will be bringing you updates throughout the game, as we'll have the 3 other semifinals. The women's pairs final is right next door, so you'll probably see a little bit of it throughout this matchup, as it's a battle of Alberta, June G and Shannon Roden versus Jan and Bev Robinson, the defending champions, looking to return to the top of the mountain once again. And on rink 4, which is just a little bit further away there, is the men's singles semifinal. Mark McFadden of Ontario versus, in my view, probably one of the storybook runs of the championship there with Ryan Craig of Quebec, as he went 5-1 in the round robin and only lost in his game against Pat Bird of Alberta, who awaits the winner in the final. And on the other side there on ring 3 is the Alberta A champions out of Commonwealth, skipped by Brian Ranger, facing off against Greg Wilson and his crew out of the Calgary Lawn Bowls Club. Harry Patulli here with her first of 2 in this feature game. Looks close, and we'll get tip of the jack. Looks like it did send it over to Rachel, so it appears to be one in favor of Saskatchewan. So Vivian just looking for a bit of guidance on the weight. Appears to be about 1.5 feet worth of room to be able to draw the shot on the backhand side. Looks close here. It'll just come up a little short. That's what we've found a little bit throughout the championship on this A green. A little bit of more weight at the end needed to get that extra rotation toward the jack. Harriet asking Rachel the distance for that front bowl, saying about 4 feet out. So final bowl here, end number 1, Harriet Patulli. Looks pretty close here, but we'll just sail on through. So it will be a count of 3 to kick off this matchup in favor of Saskatchewan. And of course, it should be a beautiful day for bowls here this morning in the Edmonton area. 11 degrees to kick off the day with wind gusts to about 20. So definitely feeling a little breezy here on the second floor balcony here at Commonwealth. So as we kick off the second end, Janice Robson going a relatively long length here to kick off this second end of action. And of course, these 3 ladies out of Saskatchewan, all experienced competitors at the national level, representing the Prairie Province. Of course, Harriet, a former champion in pretty much every event that you can think of. Most recently, of course, winning the women's fours title. I believe it was at Juan de Fuca. Gigi looking to come in on that forehand side. Comes to rest about 3.5 feet short. So that gives a good opportunity for Janice to make that adjustment needed. So the winner of this matchup will face off against the Alberta A champions, and that has been quite the storybook run there as well for Joanna Cooper, Taryn Mitchell, and Kiara Shalo. The experienced campaigner there with Joanna Cooper, who's been pretty much everywhere as a member of our national team, teaming up with two of the top-notch juniors here out of Alberta. Taryn, of course, just last week winning the under-18 Canadian Championship here at Commonwealth. And Kiara, of course, the former under-18 champion as well. So Rachel coming up probably about 6 feet short. Both teams kind of trying to feel this early stage of the matchup out, of course. Just trying to get that weight control early is going to be a key to this matchup. So Rachel coming in on the forehand side, looking to adjust. Still looks a little bit. There you go. Good bowl. Coming in jack high. So we'll sit shot bowl. Serena looking to make the adjustment. Coming in on that forehand side. Appears to be just short, as we'll see the teams interchange. We'll mention there, since one matchup is moving quite swiftly, of course, the men's singles semifinals in action. Of course, Mark McFadden of Ontario versus Ryan Craig of Quebec. The winner, of course, of the men's singles will head off to the World Champion of Champions next year in, I believe, Australia is where that contest will be. And it looks like so far a dominating lead for Ryan Craig out of Quebec, as he leads 6-0 after 4. Vivian looking to come in on the forehand side. Draw in or rest the bowl there, Rachel Larson's. And just taking out in that bit wide line. A bit tough to get back, especially given the wind gusts this morning. Harriet with her final bowl of this second end of action. Looks fairly close and will just come up a little bit short. Opportunity here for Vivian Chan to make the adjustment. Probably have to play in a few feet, probably adding about 2.5 feet worth of weight should be enough to get you the shot. Looks fairly close. And what a bowl. Great shot for Vivian Chan to open their accounts, as it will be. I didn't see the signal. Looks like, what was it, a 1 or a 2 there? And I guess my eyes deceived me, because I believe it was a 2. So that would put it to a 1-shot margin here. Not much of a difference in this matchup, as we're seeing both teams playing a fairly similar length. Trying to get the advantage early. Of course, once again, 12 end game here, or a time limit of 2 hours, including the trial ends. Excuse me. As we see here, BC, Gigi Chan coming up just a little bit behind. And of course, the second half of the competition will be kicking off this afternoon, as there will be the disciplines flipping over there, as it will be the women's singles, men's pairs and triples, and the women's fours. Gigi coming in on the forehand side, looking to rest the bowl of Janice's. Looks like that was a pretty good result. Harriet calling on Janice to come in again on that same forehand side. Looks a little bit tight. Yeah. Comes across the center line, going to rest a few feet above Jack High. It's a good opportunity here for Serena Mock to play a good draw here and put the pressure back on to Saskatchewan once again. And a great position there for her team. It's one of those things where you're taught a lot in high performance bowls about what is called the effective zone, that about a meter and a half behind the jack, and that you want your bowls to be close. That gives the opportunity to make the big shots toward the late stages and give your skip a chance to win when you need it. Learned that from our former national team coach Terry Scott from New Zealand, and we saw his successor in that role there, Derek Dillon, around the greens this morning. Captain Corduroy, nice to see him. Rachel Larson here looking to draw this one off. Beautiful bowl. Serena probably now having to change hands, coming in on the backhand side. And looks close to resting that one off. Well done. Great bowl there from Serena Mock, and comes to rest just above Jack High. Harriet calling for a bit of a conversion, trying to play through onto the British Columbia bowl of Serena Mock and try to bring the jack through to Janice's bowl at the back. Looks fairly close, just wide. Wow, that was a very close effort from Rachel Larson. After this end, we'll give you some updates on the other two team games in play, and along with where the men's singles sits, as of course McFadden and Craig doing battle in a very speedy contest thus far. As Vivian heads to the mat, we'll just give a huge thank you to Bowls Canada's national sponsors, of course, the government of Canada through Sport Canada. Our event sponsor, of course, here is MVP Sports, and the national clothing supplier of BCB is Kukri, and we thank all of them for their support. And of course, today, I want to thank the crew at Kiwi Productions for their great work behind the scenes, making us all look good and bringing you all the action to all you Bulls fans across Canada. So Vivian trying to play in on that forehand side. little bit deep, so you'll probably see a fairly similar shot to what Rachel had been called for by Harriet, playing in on that backhand side. Try to rest the black bowl off and get the jack over to the red bowl of Janice Robson. A little bit of a delay there, just as Harriet was just getting a towel there. Of course, a bit early, so there's still a little bit of moisture around, and if you want to be able to get the proper grip on the bowl. So as expected, Harriet on the backhand side. Playing that a little bit aggressive weight. Coming in a little wide. We'll get a bit of a wick over. Gives a good opportunity, though. There's some good positioning in that area of the back, just behind the jack. Vivian's going to come take a look. So she'll probably want to come in on that forehand side once again, get a little bit better position. Because based on experience knowing Harriet Petulli, she's known to play that aggressive path. And I definitely would not be surprised to see her go at that again. Final bowl for British Columbia here in end number 3. Looks fairly close. We'll rest the edge of Jan Robson's bowl, but jams over to the side. Shot bowl still belonging to British Columbia. Might have opened up a bit more separation, though, for this bowl from Harriet Petulli to finish off the third end. Looking to maintain the lead in this matchup, of course, leading by 1, Team Saskatchewan. Petulli approaches the mat. Looks fairly close here. Calling for it. And what a bowl there from Petulli. And a count of 2 there for Saskatchewan to take a 5-2 lead in this matchup. And we'll update you on the matchups in progress as well. As next door, of course, we have the women's pairs final, the Battle of Alberta between June G and Shannon Roden versus Jan and Bev Robinson. Score level at 1 apiece after 2. I believe that probably the scoreboard hasn't been updated just about yet. In the men's singles final between Ryan Craig and Mark McFadden, looks like it was a first set win for Ryan Craig out of Quebec. So that's a big moment for him as he looks to hopefully face Pat Bird in the final coming up at 11:30 local time. And in the fours final, it looks like it is a 3-0 lead for Brian Ranger, Brad Roden, Nathan Finley, and Lou Handley over Greg Wilson's crew out of Alberta. Out of the Calgary Lawn Bowls Club here in Alberta. Greg with Rob Law, Ken Olsvik, and John McDonald. So it looks like a fairly close matchup here between Chan and Robson. Gigi Chan looking to make the adjustment to draw the shot. Comes up a little bit short. Rachel asking about going on the backhand, potentially trying to promote the bowl of Janice's, but Harriet calling for the forehand draw around. Looks close. And will just come a little bit behind. Serena Mock looking to make the adjustment, drawing around the front bowl of Gigi's to put herself in a good position. And will come up that about 6-ish feet short. 6-7 feet. So yeah, it looks like based on the scoreboard, it looks like it has been confirmed a first set win for Ryan Craig out of Quebec over Mark McFadden. So that will be a interesting finish as Pat Bird awaits in the final. So Rachel playing a few meters through, so it looks like that might indicate Saskatchewan holding the shot. So Serena Mock looking to make that adjustment around. Will she have enough? She will just come that little bit short. Don't forget, if you're in the Edmonton area, make sure to get on down here to the Commonwealth Lawn Bowling Club. It looks like it is going to be a beautiful day for some bowls. Finals coming up in the first set of disciplines at 11:30 before the second half discipline starts at 2:30 with the first two matchups. But if you can't make it here in person to cheer on the players, we'll be happy to bring you all the action here on the Bowls Canada live streaming. On to Skip's Bowls here, and number 4, Harriet Batuli, looking to draw around on the backhand now. Coming up just a bit short there. Of course, the wind kind of coming back at the players on the mat at that end, so that will cause a little bit of challenges with the waist. Vivian Chan with her first of two here, looking to play around on the forehand side. And we'll come just a little bit through. So opportunity to make the adjustment. Harriet Batuli with her final bowl here in 4. and will just come under and short. If you heard behind there, a little bit of energy over there in the fours matchup, but I expect a nice vocal one with a very young contingent there between Brad Roden. Of course, Brad was one of the participants in the youth nationals just last week here at Commonwealth, and of course, Greg Wilson from our national team been known to let out a yell or two during his games. So expect some energy over there as we see their final bowl from Vivian just rests one of the BC bowls in. Looks like one for sure. Measure on a second. So measuring, I believe, between the front bowl of Janice Robson's and the side bowl there of Serena Mock. Is it 2 now? 3. It will be a count of 3 in favor of BC to level this matchup at 5 apiece. And of course, we want to, as we kick off this 5th end of play, send a huge thank you, of course, to all the volunteers who have helped put on this event. Of course, the host venue Commonwealth with the assistance of all the clubs in the Edmonton area. And as I see him walk by just behind the rink, send a huge thank you to Dwayne Hauk and the whole umpiring crew who have been excellent all week, and they'll be nice and busy for the next few days leading into the second set of finals. Dwayne's former teammate of mine, so it's always nice to see him around the greens. Always a very, very positive individual, always willing to share his knowledge, and of course, lots of experience around the greens. I see David Kalem and Dave Matty, 2 longtime coaches for their provincial teams here that are competing in this contest. So Janice coming up a little bit short, so opportunity here for Gigi Chan to make the adjustment on that forehand side, coming up just short. It's going to be a tricky hand here coming this way because it's coming in almost diagonal at their backs. So that will cause a bit of issue trying to get the weight needed as we see Janice drawing jack high. Great bowl there from her to make the adjustment needed. Serena resting off the front bowl of Janice's, but it appears shot bowl still belonging to Saskatchewan. Harriet indicating the front bowl still a few feet above. So calling on Rachel to play that forehand draw once again. Definitely going to be seeing players taking a little bit more time in these matchups there. Of course, don't want to have any rushing cause you to miss a shot, because in this instance, it's going to be that little bit more. And Harriet calling on it, and what a bowl from Rachel Larson, trailing it through. It's a sit shot bowl. Looks like it's just a count of 1. There is the light red there, Gigi Chan at the back will sit second shot. Serena Mock with her second, coming in on the backhand side. And will come up short. So looking for a bit of an adjustment there, going to change hands, it appears. Perry calling for the backhand draw from Rachel Larson, which will be a little bit tricky, of course, with the wind gusts. As you can expect with a faster green, that it will back out slightly. She definitely had the way there, but just a little bit short compared to what she had planned. So still holding 1, Saskatchewan, here in end number 5. It's nice to see a great group of spectators making their way in, and competitors, of course, preparing for the second half. And actually some that are preparing for finals there coming up next, as I just saw Heather Hanoski, who is the lead for Team Saskatchewan, leading up for Jordan Koss. And that team out of Regina will await the winner of the Alberta battle on the rink next door. And we'll look forward to bringing you as much of the action as we can here across all 4 of the championship greens here at Commonwealth Lawn Bowling Club in Edmonton, Alberta. I'll mention, since I just got a message through to say hello to my friends and my mother from Team Nova Scotia, who are tuning in at their Airbnb before they come to start their title defense in the 4s. And of course, as well, Vicky Balcom looking to jump a few steps higher on the singles podium. Harriet going a little bit through, so not that bad a position, because there is some opportunity for that bowl should Vivian Chan choose to play an aggressive shot here to try to get that bowl of Rachel Larson's. Chan coming in on the forehand side, trying to get the curl. Will it be enough? And will be just a little bit behind. Shot bowl still belonging to Saskatchewan. It appears, from our angle at least. Yeah, it looks like there are some more of the Saskatchewan contingent coming in. I see Jordan Koss, of course, again, as we said, headed off to the women's pairs final. And her cousins, Brandon and Carter Watson, who will be competing in the men's pairs competition. Harriet coming in on the backhand side. Will be a little bit through, so it will be count of 1 in favor of Saskatchewan to take a 6-5 lead in this matchup. headed about halfway through this matchup. As we see the Team Saskatchewan crew there saying hello. Nice to see you guys, and looking forward to seeing Jordan making an appearance in the women's pairs final. I've been good friends with the Saskatchewan contingent there since my first junior national championship in Fredericton about 12 years ago. So it's always nice to come back to these events. It's almost a little bit like a family reunion with all the friendships you make around the greens. So Janice coming probably about 1.5 meters through. Don't forget to if you're tuning in with us, don't forget to share this stream and share it with all your friends so that we can show all the best of Canadian lawn bowls. And if you're not as much familiar with the game and want to know more, make sure to visit bowlscanada.com, and they can get you all the information you need to know to connect with your local club. So Janice coming up again, probably about a meter or so short. So opportunity here for Gigi Chan coming in on the backhand side. Almost thought there was going to be a bit of a wick off the front bowl, but will come up and through. This is first 2 from Rachel Larson. Here in end number 6, coming in on the forehand side. Playing a nice aggressive weight here. Expect Harry to call for this there, and what a bowl there from Rachel Larson. Rests the bowl there of Gigi Chan's to sit jack high. So expect a fairly similar bowl here from Serena Mock, trying to rest the bowl again and maybe take the jack back. A little bit down weight, so that will fall through. Expect probably a little bit more of a positional draw here for Rachel Larson here, as you can expect probably for sure that Vivian will play a bit more of an aggressive path once again. So you want to protect that back area behind the jack. And again, as we're hearing there, as Vivian calls that shot, a very loud matchup over there in the men's fours there between Brian Ranger and Greg Wilson, both of Alberta. On to the final bowl here from Serena Mock here in end number 6. Coming in on the backhand side was what her original call was, but looks like Gigi having a chat here. Still appears to be the call. Coming in quite swiftly here. Will it be enough? We'll just get the wrong edge of that bowl of Rachel Larson's. Moves it over to the side, but shot bowl still belonging to Team Saskatchewan. As the teams interchange, we'll just mention a bit of an update as a bit of a stunning turn of events over there on rink number 4 as Mark McFadden currently holding a 7-1 lead after 4 in this matchup against Ryan Craig of Quebec. And that's going to be an interesting one because if McFadden were to hold this lead, he would be heading off to a 3-end tiebreak to decide who will face Pat Bird in the final. So we'll make sure to keep you updated on those events as we still look to see who will represent at the World Champion of Champions next year. As Harriet comes a little bit short there, so that a bit of a good defensive bowl puts Vivian Chan under some pressure to play probably with weight through the port, trying to rest the bowl of Rachel's or trail the jack back to the bowl of Serena's just behind. Vivian approaching the mat here, playing on the forehand side, so it looks like the expected call there to try to play off the bowl of Rachel Larson's. Playing a fairly aggressive line for that side that won't come back for sure. You kind of need to have that little bit down weight on that side to be able to have a curl versus the backhand side, which has been playing quite swiftly as a wider line. So Harry Patulli here with her second of this 6th end of competition here from Commonwealth. Coming in on the backhand side. Playing it a little swiftly, so looking to protect the back position. And a good home for that bowl. Coming to rest about meter and a half-ish behind. So forces a big bowl here from Vivian Chan. Coming in on that same forehand side. Appears to be pointed fairly well, so will she have the weight needed to get back? It looks close, and what a bowl. And she's going to probably feel bad about that one because you couldn't have played that one any better. As it just jams on the back bowl. So could that be the turning point of this matchup? As we so far through the first half, we had seen teams alternating the ends. That was the first back-to-back ends of this contest. For Saskatchewan to take a 7-5 lead through 6. As we see at ringside, I just saw Michael Patulli, who of course the son of Harriet Patulli, who Mike has been competing in the men's singles there this week. Unfortunately, missed out on playoffs in tie-breaking. But he'll be competing in the men's triples alongside his brother Jonathan Patulli and Alex Scott. As we see starting the 7th end, Janice Robson coming in a little bit deep, but the team's finding the center line quite well. Gigi coming in that little bit closer. The classic anything you can do, I can do better approach. Just removing a toucher mark, of course. For some of you who may not be as familiar, of course, with lawn bowls, if a bowl touches the jack, it's marked with some chalk, and if it were to go into the ditch, it would remain in play. So Janice coming a little bit through, again, matching the same bowl of hers at the back. So shot ball belonging to British Columbia. And great adjustment there from Serena. Sorry, my apologies, Gigi. There out of British Columbia to draw just behind Jack High. Rachel Larson coming in with the first of hers on this 7-bend. Looks fairly close. And great draw from Larson. As I see my Nova Scotia colleague Graham Usher and his partner Joy Moorside making an appearance. Graham will be now skipping in the men's triples coming up, as we unfortunately, due to the travel difficulties earlier in the week, we had a withdrawal from our provincial colleague Terry O'Neill. We miss you, Terry. So this end a little bit shorter than what we've seen throughout. Teams have been playing that fairly nice 3/4 length, so both teams trying to find that little bit of an edge. We will mention there, just as I just noticed, here is Serena Mock delivers her second of 2. The update over on rink number 4, as Mark McFadden has taken the second set and is off to a tiebreak right now. 3 ends with the winner to face Pat Bird in the final coming up. And after this end's finished, we'll give you an update on the other team games in play, as all the games pretty much in a similar position in the matchup, about that 7th to 8th end. Harriet coming in on the forehand side, pushes the bowl of that was the bowl Gigi Chan's at the back. What might be holding shot ball. So Serena and Vivian having a chat here on this one. Suspect that they could probably be looking at a little bit of a play on the backhand side. At this point, with a 2-shot lead, you don't want to let the game get away from you too quickly. So, especially with these games being a little bit shorter than some of the traditional matchups that you may have seen in the past. Personally, I'm a big fan of this style of matchup, as it's a little bit more forcing you to play that little bit extra aggressive, which makes it fun for the players to be a part of, and for the fans, both here at ringside and watching wherever you may be, to be able to watch all the action and enjoy a great game of bowls. And we've been treated to a great one here. Vivian trying to come in on the backhand side, comes up a few meters short. So Harriet looking to see if there's any chance at removing that bowl of Gigi Chan's to maybe score 3. And it looks like as well drama in the men's singles is a Mark McFadden of Ontario with a 1-shot lead in tiebreak. And there was a boundary check there where George Kubis brought out the pretty much the mile-long string to be able to make the determination as to whether the jack was in or out. And in a 3-end tiebreak, that's always a big moment in the matchup if you lose the possession of the jack. Final bowl here in our feature, Harriet Patulli. Jams off the front, still a good position. Oh, nope. Harriet removing the mat a little early, but fortunately, the players all exhibiting some great sportsmanship throughout. Final bowl here from Vivian Chan. Appears to be setting up for the 4-hand draw. Looks like it's just going to come under, so this could be the turning point of this matchup. Okay, so I guess my eyes have deceived me. It looks like with Robson breaking up the bowls, it would be a count of one in favor of BC. So that would be 7-6. As we're back to that little bit longer length, we'll give the update across the A green here at Commonwealth. The women's pairs, Jan and Bev Robinson, with a 5-4 lead after 7 over their provincial colleagues June G and Shannon Roden. In the men's singles, it looks like Ryan Craig sitting at least one measure on a second, but has one bowl to come in the second end of tiebreak. And it's a 5-5 tie between Brian Ranger and Greg Wilson over in the Battle of Alberta in the men's fours. So good bowl there from Gigi Chan in our feature here. Robson falling a little bit short, so we'll see what she's able to do with her second. As officially confirmed, 7-6 through 7. As we reach about 2/3 of the way through this matchup. Robson trying to come in around her own, drawing a second shot. Looks like it is just close, so great result from her to get some good position. Serena coming up about 1.5 meters above the jack. So opportunity here for Rachel Larson coming on the forehand side. A little bit of confident draw if you can get around the front bowl of Robson's or even push that one up. That would give them a good chance of scoring in this matchup and getting the possession of the jack back with 4 ends to play. And coming up just short, so definitely a nail biter of a matchup here. As we'll just mention, update of the men's singles. It was a 2-shot turnaround for Ryan Craig out of Quebec to take a 1-shot lead through to the final end of the tiebreak. So we'll try to keep you up to date as much as we can about that one, as it looks like Ontario holding shot over there on the far rink. Larson here in our feature looking to come in on the forehand side with a little bit of aggression here to try to either play a strong confident draw or push up the bowl of Robson's. Will come just a little bit through. And it'll be off to Skip's bowls here with Team BC holding 1. And we'll mention once again, a huge thank you to our sponsors, the Government of Canada through Sport Canada. Our event sponsor, of course, is MVP Sports, a longtime supporter of bowls in Canada. They're Dan Milligan. And, of course, the official clothing supplier of BCB is Kukri, and we thank all of them for their support of lawn bowls in Canada. On to Skip's bowls here in end number 8. Vivian Chan coming in on the backhand side. Coming up short there, but we'll mention it is down to this for Ryan Craig of Quebec, down 3 in the head, needing to draw the jack. Or will it be Mark McFadden that will make the final? Looks close and might just be a little bit wide. So we'll see what happens there, but it might be the finale of what has been a great game of bowls over there in the men's singles. In our feature here, Patuli with her first of 2, looking to rest off the shot bowl of Team British Columbia's will fall through. The final bowl has been played. So over in the men's singles, I will try to get you the update, as it might actually be shot bowl for Quebec. So in our feature here, Patuli looking to get around. What a bowl, will it hold? And it will. And we'll mention there, it looks like the drama has continued as the men's singles final awaits for Craig and McFadden. It will go to an extra end of the tiebreak. Tied 2-all, so one end to decide who will face Pat Bird in the final, coming up at 11:30 Mountain Time. So we'll keep you up to date on that extra end, as it was a count of one for Team Saskatchewan to take an 8-6 lead with 4 ends to play. As we'll mention that Ryan Craig's holding shot over on ring number 4, looking as he'll look to make the adjustment and get close to Jack and just sails through over there. Robson with a great opening draw to kick off this 9th end, and Chan looking to rest that bowl will just edge off. So shot bowl still belonging to Saskatchewan. Extra end of the tiebreak in the singles. The umpire signaling a measure. And what a bowl from Ryan Craig over there on 4 as he draws the shot to sit what appears to be match lie. Will it be Ontario or will it be Quebec? And it is a final for Ryan Craig of Quebec. Wins in an extra end and will face off against Pat Bird of Alberta in the final coming up. The winner will head off to the World Champion of Champions to represent Team Canada in 2026. The energetic single star out of Quebec looking to go one more. So we just see behind our ring his pairs teammate Marco Veilleux, congratulating him on what has been an amazing week. The top 2 singles players will go at it, and it did go to a tiebreak. Just about a day ago. So back to our feature now as the drama finished up in the men's singles. Larson trying to play in on that backhand side, comes up short. So Serena Mock trying to come in on the forehand side will go deep. So shot ball still appears to belong to Saskatchewan. The interesting things you see at a bowls competition, I think I was just seeing Dave Matty, the Team BC coach, admiring the fish in the pond just in front of the clubhouse. On to Skip's Bowls here in our feature. Harriet Petuli. Probably playing that draw around on the forehand side. Comes to rest a little deep. So opportunity here for Vivian Chan to better her position and put herself in a chance to get back this game back to level, as that will go right through and out. Petuli with her second here in end number 9. Looks like it will just sail a little bit deep, but the position's good. Final bowl here from Vivian Chan and number 9. Looking to draw the jack or promote the front bowl. Oh, and will just rest off the front. We'll see what comes of this. That it does appear to be at least 2 shots in favor of Saskatchewan. The team featuring players out of both Regina and the Nutana Club in Saskatoon. As the winds continue to gust here at Commonwealth. Could make for an interesting second half of action kicking off this afternoon. Lots of energy over there in that men's fours as we await the result of this measure. If it's a 3, that could. Oh, I know they took 2 bowls out, but was it a 2 or was it a 3? Because a 3 would really put a lot of pressure on Team BC to score here if they want to keep this matchup alive. And it appears to be, as they're just in front of the scoreboard, it will be a count of 2 in favor of Team Saskatchewan. So that is a 4-shot lead here through 9 ends of play from the Commonwealth Lawn Bowling Club in Edmonton, Alberta. Thank you for tuning in with us. We appreciate you being here. John Seitman bringing you all the action. Thanks to our crew behind the scenes from Kiwi Productions. As we kick off end number 10, there Janice Robson coming up probably about a foot and change just behind the jack. Good opportunity here for Gigi Chan to play a good draw here, and she does. Good bowl. Robson looking to adjust. Playing the forehand side. Looks fairly similar to what we saw work well on this lane just a few ends ago. Just a little bit deep. Chan looking to draw a strong second shot. Will come up fairly short, which at this point there with 3 ends to play, you really have to limit the amount of short bowls that you have, especially with only 6 bowls to play. You really want to be able to build up your opportunity at multiples. Larson with her first of 2. Looks fairly close. Will it come down enough? And just a little bit wide. So Serena being called upon by Vivian to play in on the backhand side. Either draw the shot or rest out the bowl of Larson's. Rachel Larson, will it be enough? Will it come up just short? Once we get done with this end, we'll give you an update of the 2 other remaining games in play. Of course, the women's pairs and the men's fours. As it's looking like both matchups will be nail-biting finales. Rachel Larson looking to make the adjustment here, coming close. Will it get enough? And will do so. Great shot from Rachel Larson. Serena Mock coming up just a little bit deep. As we'll see the teams changing ends. Expect this is going to be a big end here needed for Vivian Chan if she wants her team to make an appearance in the final against the team of Joanna Cooper, Taryn Mitchell, and Kiera Shalo. So the team Saskatchewan discussing the position. Looks like they're set up pretty well. Harriet with her first of 2 here from the far end, looking to draw through the port. Comes up short. And this has been a bit of a tricky one there for all 6 of the players, as we have probably more gustier conditions today than it has been for the rest of this Canadian Lawn Bowling Championships. First of 2 here from Vivian Chan, and number 10 down by 4. And oh, what a ball from Vivian. Chan, but it looks like it appears Rachel Larson's orange bowl there to receive. So Saskatchewan looking at all the options. I would expect to see a backhand draw here. Not afraid to leave it a little short, as you don't really need to disturb this much. We will update you while Harriet goes down to the mat, as it's a one-shot lead for Jan and Bev Robinson, 6-5 over Junji and Shannon Roden. And in the men's fours, it is Greg Wilson and his team out of Calgary storming back to take a one-shot lead, 9-8 after 9 over the Alberta champions out of Commonwealth, skipped by Brian Ranger. Final bowl here for Harriet Patulli, and number 10 coming in on the forehand side. Will she get there? We'll draw the tee, so that does appear to give some good confidence there that the orange bowl of Rachel Larson's would be holding the position needed. So this is a big moment here for Team BC. As you don't want to get to the point here where it would be a potential 5-shot margin. This 5-shot margin would get to where there could be the possibility that the matchup may end slightly early. As of course, if the game gets to where it's impossible to win the matchup, it would be some early handshakes. We don't want that to happen there, as we want to bring you a good full finale. Final bowl here from Vivian Chan here and number 10. Looking to come up big here for her team. On the forehand side, playing aggressive, looking for the bowl of Rachel Larson's. Will it get there? Oh, it will not. And it appears to be a count of, I believe that was that a 1 or it was a 1. So an 11-6 lead for Team Saskatchewan through 10 ends of play here from the beautiful Commonwealth Lawn Bowling Club in Edmonton, Alberta. If you're in the area, make sure to get down here to the club to cheer on the players. The final will start at 11:30 local time. Of course, great to see championship bowls back at this venue. The home of the 1978 Commonwealth Games. need to be calling the action here from the Queen's balcony. They, of course, the late Queen Elizabeth II opened this very venue, and they spent a good bit of time up here watching all the action when the Commonwealth Games came to this beautiful city. But if you want to be a part of this, there's lots of spots available around at ringside to cheer on all the players. So hopefully we'll see you here. But if you can't be here in person, we'll be happy to bring you all the action here on live streaming. So Rachel Larson being called to draw on the forehand side. She has been playing this side quite well there throughout this matchup. Pumps up the bowl there of Gigi Chan. Definitely not the result that she hoped for, but again, holding a 5-shot lead. Rachel Larson coming in on the backhand side now. Looks like a good path if it gets down. Will not. Serena Mock here with her second. Having a bit of a discussion here with her teammate Gigi Chan before delivering. Will come in on the backhand side. And will jam on one of the side bowls. As we'll see the interchange, and Harriet Batuli headed to the mat for her first of two in end number 10. Correction, number 11, my apologies. And expect Harriet will be very cognizant of the scoreboard right now, as a 2 here would end up ending this matchup. Harriet trails it back to sit shot bowl with the bowl of Janice Robson's. We'll mention as Vivian has a discussion with her team now. Update of the game on rink number 6. The women's pairs semifinal, Junji and Shannon Roden. It is a 11-5 lead for the Robinson sisters. So G and Roden will need a full count in end number 12 if they want to send this matchup to an extra. First of two here from Vivian Chan. Coming in on the backhand side, looking to dislodge the jack or remove the bowl of Janice Robson's will go through the hole. So Harriet probably going to play this one a little bit more defensive. She doesn't need to be into this head. As I just see there, David Kalem, the team's Saskatchewan coach, watching on. He'll definitely be happy with his team's performance in this matchup. Final bowl for Saskatchewan in end number 11. Looks fairly close. In good position there. Yeah, the wind is picking up here at Commonwealth, and the play is red hot. As it looks like it will currently be a count of 1 in favor of Saskatchewan. Which would still require that all-important 12th end to decide who would face off in the final. We'll try to bring you as much of this finale as we can. Here across all 4 rinks, as we'll see there, Vivian Chan looking to get the edge, and will just sail on through. And that is it. Handshakes there, as it will be the team of Harriet Batuli, Rachel Larson, and Janice Robson who will make the final. They will face off against the team of Joanna Cooper, Taryn Mitchell, and Kiera Shalo of Alberta. And what a performance there from the Saskatchewan champions to return to the final. And it looks like the pairs final will also be decided as well, as it appears to be the team of Jan and Bev Robinson who will take the lead and take that win. Of course, it will be them now facing off against Saskatchewan's Jordan Koss and Heather Hanoski. So we'll try to get you the far game as we have the final 2 ends of the men's 4s. It's a bit far away from our camera position, so we'll do our best to describe the action for you. As Brian Ranger steps up to the mat for his first 2 in this game, tied at 9. His team alongside him, Brad Roden, Nathan Finley and Lou Handley in a huge battle with Greg Wilson, Rob Law, Ken Olsvik, and John McDonald. At this point, every bowl is going to mean that little bit more as you look to make an appearance in the final. Wilson on the drive. Appears to be now holding shot Alberta A, Brian Ranger's team, with at least 2. As Ranger goes down to the mat to discuss with his team his options. We'll just mention our 3 finals determined thus far. The men's singles final will be Quebec, Ryan Craig versus Alberta, Pat Bird. That will be an epic finale. To that competition, the winner, of course, headed off to the World Championships to represent Canada in a year's time. In the women's pairs, the sister duo, Jan and Bev Robinson, will face off against Jordan Koss and Heather Hanoski of Saskatchewan. And in the women's triples, it will be the winners of our feature game in their team, Saskatchewan, Harriet Patulli, Rachel Larson, and Janice Robson, versus Alberta A, Joanna Cooper, Taryn Mitchell, and Kiera Shalo. Ranger with his second of 2 here. Of course, 2 bowls per player in the 4s. An exact same format of the length of the game as we had in the rest of the team events 12-end game. Looks like Ranger drew Jack high, so that might lead up for an opportunity for Greg Wilson with his final bowl. He pretty much looked like he had a similar path for what he needed. Could this be the moment? That we figure out who's going to have the advantage going into the final end, and it looks like it appears to be Brian Ranger will get the edge. A count of 2 in favor of Brian Ranger and his team out of Commonwealth. So it will be an 11-9 lead with 1 end to play. Handley will bring the mat up further than what we've probably seen for most games so far this week. As they'll look to defend that 2-shot margin and book their spot in the final against Heng Lee, Desmond Tibby, David Defoe, and Jake Masterson. Handley with his first draw is just behind. And of course, what a story with that Ontario team. Of course, Jake Masterson coming in, he was just scheduled to play the men's triples after finishing up with the youth championship where he made the final. Great bowl there from John McDonald, the sit shot bowl. Masterson here awaiting the triples competition. It was called into service by Team Ontario as one of their team was unable to get here in time for the competition, and taking advantage of the opportunity quite well as they went 7-0 in the round robin So it'll be a tough matchup for whoever makes it out of this Battle of Alberta. On to seconds bowls here, Nathan Finley. With that very compact delivery style that he's been known for there. It just goes a little bit through. Ken Olsvik here. Okay, so it was a count of 3. So it will be 12-9 lead. My apologies. From the far side, it's a little bit difficult to keep track in some cases, but we're doing our best for you there at home, and we hope you're enjoying all the action. Nathan Finley here coming in on the forehand side. Comes the rest probably just about a meter above and just crosses the center line. Of course, Olsvik looking to make the adjustment. Coming in on the backhand side. Draw or promote. Good position there. He gives his skip, Greg Wilson, a chance with that bowl. On to the Vices, Brad Roden. Of course, like Jake Masterson, Brad Roden also having played in the youth championship. Sits what appears to be shot bowl. Rob Law here for Alberta B. Also quite unusual to see him in Alberta pink after years of him representing the yellow of Team Manitoba. Of course, he was a longtime representative for Manitoba before going to law school in Halifax and now settling in Calgary. Brian looking at where the danger is and looking from this position, it appears to be the best path is probably drawing a in behind, put some position for his team. Will that get through? Will it cover the ditch? Law with his second. And will rest off one of the bowls of Team Ranger. So headed down for the final 4 bowls of the semifinal round here from Commonwealth. We thank you for sticking with us, and don't forget to stick around because we will have the championship finals coming up at 11:30 Mountain Time. Brian Ranger holding a 3-shot lead, looking to make the final at his home club. Coming in on the forehand side. We'll go a little bit wide, but a good position for him. Greg Wilson will look to respond, try to get that 3 shots to send it to an extra. Or could he find a magical finale with a 4 to win? As the winds have picked up here from Commonwealth, it's going to be a tricky position. It's at least better for the players on that side, as it's a little shaded with the trees on the side of the green. Wilson coming in on the backhand side with a bit of a conversion weight, looking to trail it. Will it be enough? It will just be a little bit wide. Brian heads down to the mat to play his second. Will this be the moment that the team of Ranger, Roden, Finley, and Handley book their spot in the final, or will Wilson, Law, Olsvik, and McDonald have the response? Final bowl here from Brian Ranger. We'll go through. Rob Law calling his skip down to the mat, so down to the head once again. This is going to need to be a massive effort from the former Team Canada representative at the Commonwealth Games if he wants to pull off this win and make the final against Team Ontario. It's tricky to position because pretty much all the bowls in the back are quite well matched. Appears to be Rob calling for a bit of that backhand conversion. There is a spot there where they do have a few, so will there be some magic from Wilson? Final bowl here, and number 12, down by 3. Wilson sets up on that backhand line. Playing with weight. Calling for it. And it looks like it will be the final. Appears to be Brian Ranger and his team alongside Brad Roden, Nathan Finley, and Lou Handley that will make the final against Ontario. So there you have it. Before we sign off, we'll just go through what the matchups that we'll be seeing in just about a half hour's time. The men's singles final, Ryan Craig of Quebec versus Alberta's Pat Bird. The women's pairs, it will be Alberta B, Jan and Bev Robinson versus Saskatchewan's Jordan Koss and Heather Hanoski. In the women's triples, the winner of the feature game that we had here this morning, Harriet Patulli, Rachel Larson, and Janice Robson versus Alberta A, Joanna Cooper, Taryn Mitchell, and Kiara Shalo. And the men's fours will be appears to be Alberta A, Brian Ranger, Brad Roden, Nathan Finley, and Lou Handley versus the undefeated Team Ontario, Heng Lee, Desmond Tibby, David Defoe, and Jake Masterson. So we will be back with you in just over a half hour's time. Yes, use the same link that you found to watch this matchup, to watch the final, and we'll look forward to bringing you the action as we determine our first 4 champions from Edmonton. So for our crew behind the scenes at Kiwi Productions, this is John Seitman. We'll see you back in a half hour for the championship finals of the first half at the Canadian Lawn Bowling Championships from Edmonton. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back inside the confines of the Commonwealth Lawn Bowls Club in beautiful Edmonton, Alberta. As we are down to this, it's the first four disciplines finals of the 2025 Canadian Lawn Bowling Championships. John Siteman here with you, bringing you the action of what should be an epic finale to the men's singles, which will be our feature game here this morning, as we see players start just into their trial ends for this set of finals. So we will give you a reminder of the four games that we have in play. I'll first talk about the matchups that we'll be giving you updates on throughout, and then tell you about our feature. On rink 4, we have the men's fours final, Alberta A. That is Brian Ranger, Brad Roden, Nathan Finley, and Lou Handley facing off against the undefeated Team Ontario. That is Heng Lee, Desmond Tibby, David Defoe, and Jake Masterson. On rink number 6, the first place Team Saskatchewan, that's Jordan Koss and Heather Hanoski, looking to make a gold medal trip to the podium, but in their path will be a very strong sister duo of Jan and Bev Robinson. So that should be a great game over there on 6. All four of them having made national finals wins. And then on rink number 7, the young combination of Team Alberta, Joanna Cooper, Taryn Mitchell, and Kiera Shalo, who have had a strong week this week. So thus far, facing off against the team that we just saw in our feature game, that finished up about a half hour ago. That was Team Saskatchewan, Harriet Patuli, Rachel Larson, and Janice Robson. And now we go over to our feature, and it is a doozy, ladies and gentlemen. It is the men's singles final, the biggest one of them all. There, the singles. As we will see, Pat Bird out of the Calgary Lawn Bowls Club looking to get his 4th Canadian Outdoor Singles Championship, having previously won in 2023 in Juan de Fuca. And he'll be facing off against the enthusiastic and energetic Ryan Craig out of Pierrefonds in Montreal, who had a heck of a performance in the semifinal, defeating the Ontario champion Mark McFadden in an extra end of the tiebreak. Of course, a reminder to you all, this is a little bit different than the team events, as the singles will play 2 sets of 7 ends with a 3-end tiebreak if necessary. And of course, we'll mention there that if it is tied after the 3 ends of the tiebreak, we would play an extra end to decide our champion. And this is a little bit of a even more high stakes matchup, as it's not just the gold medal on the line, as the winner of this matchup would be getting the opportunity to wear the maple leaf and represent Canada at the 2026 World Bowls Champion of Champions at Club Barham in New South Wales in Australia next year. And it's going to be actually within the next few weeks. Our 2024 champions will be headed off to Club Barham for their opportunity at the international stage. That is Owen Kirby and Betty Van Wellingham, and we wish them the best of luck as they look to continue Canada's strong performance on the international stage. We'll just mention for those of you who are interested, because we know you like to know what bowls the players are using. It's going to be quite easy to tell who is who, as we see Pat Bird with the tricolor arrow grooves, and Ryan Craig playing with the red Taylor Internationals. As we'll see Pat Bird kicking off this first end of play. Going for a fairly long length to start, which is a little bit different than what we're used to seeing from him. He previously has been known to be quite good at playing that shorter length. And a toucher there to kick off this matchup, going a little bit through. Of course, as well, we'll just mention as well, this is 4 bowls per player. And Craig sails through. Bird looking for the response, coming in on the forehand side. Comes up meter and a bit short. So opportunity here for Ryan Craig to come in on the backhand side, make the adjustment and put some pressure on. Looks fairly close and will draw a toucher. Well done, Ryan Craig. Pat Bird coming in on the forehand side, looking to make the adjustment. Will it run its course? It will not. So opportunity here for Ryan Craig with his third bolt of this opening end to draw a deuce and put this game into action, as it will come just short. So, of course, the familiar left-hander delivery there from Pat Bird. So I should remember there that would be his backhand there. So he'll come up jamming on the front. Shot bowl still belonging to Quebec. Ryan Craig on the trot here, looking to score his deuce. Will it be enough? It looks like it will not. It will just be a single in favor of Team Quebec. reminder once again, it is the 2 7-end sets with a 3-end tiebreak if necessary. Time limit of 2 hours in play, but will not get there with these players for sure. Both known to be quite quick. So Ryan Craig bringing the mat up to kick off this second end. Comes to rest just over a foot above. So Pat Bird on his backhand, looking for the response. It will curl if you give it the weight, and it will just come up a little short. Ryan Craig looking to come through the hole, and what a ball from him. Draws jack high, sits 1-2. Pat Bird coming in on his forehand. This should curl enough if he has the weight for it. Really run its course. Looks like it will cut one out of the count. Shot ball still belonging to Quebec. The winds are going to be definitely a factor in this matchup. As we see that ball slide into the ditch. Probably going to see Pat try to play down on that same forehand of his there and put the pressure on, but will just sail through. Ryan Craig of Quebec with his fourth bowl here, looking to draw another shot. And will come short. So shot bowl still belonging to Quebec with the Red Taylor Internationals. Looking to promote his bowl on the forehand side. Pat Bird. And just a little bit short. As we saw, for those of you who were with us just over half hour ago, we were playing the other direction, and it was a bit tricky as the winds have been afoot, trying to get that extra little bit of weight needed to get to where you needed it to be. So officially confirmed, it will be a one-shot lead. So 1 shot more there for Ryan Craig. That's 2-0 after 2. We'd like to take a moment to thank the Bowls Canada's official partners, the Government of Canada through Sport Canada. They are one of our longtime supporters, as well as the MVP Sports, who have come on for this event, and we thank them for their support as well. And of course, the official clothing supplier of Bowls Canada is Kukri. And of course, a huge thank you to all the volunteers who have been helping put this event on, the amazing crew out of the Commonwealth Lawn Bowling Club, and all the clubs in the Edmonton area really putting on an absolute treat of a week. And if you're in the Edmonton area or pretty much anywhere in Alberta and you want to see the best of Canadian lawn bowls on show, we still got about 3 more days worth of action, and we hope you'll come on along with us for what should be some great championship bowls. So Pat Bird holding one, coming in on his backhand side, which doesn't seem like it's curling very much, which is odd for that rink compared to what we've seen so far this week. Ryan Craig looking to make the adjustment. He was pretty good on his line, so expect him to be on the trot here. Will it hold up? So Bird on his backhand. And that will sail on through. Ooh, that was a bit of an opportunity there that he could have had a chance at. So hopefully we'll see a bit of an adjustment there. But Ryan Craig looking to make the adjustment himself first and maybe give himself a good chance here. Will it come down? It appears like it has. So it looks like it will be a count of 2. Pat Bird will look to play on his backhand side. Oh, no, they proved me wrong there. So he'll play on his forehand, trying to play that nice swingy draw. Will it get there enough? It will not. So appears to be, will that be a count of 2? It looks like it will. So a 4-0 lead through 3 for Ryan Craig out of Montreal, looking to get his first Canadian singles title. Bird from Alberta looking for his 4th. So Ryan Craig opening up this matchup in the 4th end. Looking like it's about 2-ish feet above Jack high. So pretty good opportunity here for Pat Bird to make the adjustment and put some pressure onto the Quebec champion. Looks like Pat will hold shot there just behind Jack High. Looks close here from Ryan Craig. Will it curl enough? Looks like it's just wide. So opportunity at the adjustment there. Pat Bird. And draws a beautiful bowl. So final bowl here for. Sorry, yeah, my apologies. That was third bowl. Comes up short. Opportunity here for Ryan Craig as he holds a 4-0 lead through 3. Of course, the reminder there that it is the 2 7-end sets with a 3-end tie break. So once we get through 7, we'll reset the scoreboard and go again. Looks fairly close though, and it will just jam. Appears to be a count of 1, if I were to guess. 1 in a measure is the call from the marker. So Pat will come down to take a look at this head. Probably looking to play on that would be his forehand side, trying to just play around that bowl of Ryan Craig's. Final bowl here, and number 4. Pat Bird, the 3-time champion, down by 4. And it will just come up short. So it appears to be 1 in a look in favor of Alberta. So looking like it's going to be a measure for that second point here. So we'll see Pat get out the tape. So it appears to be, I believe, is it a 1 or it is a count of 1. So 4-1 lead maintained for Quebec through 4. So 3 ends to play in the first set. So we'll mention there, just as I see at least one rink that I can update you on, as it will be a 2-0 lead for Jordan Koss and Heather Hanoski over Jan and Bev Robinson through 2. So a bit of an uncharacteristically longer set of ends being played by Pat Bird. coming in on it'll be his backhand side, draws just slightly above jack high. Great bowl there from him. And of course, we expect this one to be a nail biter if their round robin matchup was any indication, as it was opening day, round 3, that Pat got a 2-1 tiebreak win there over Quebec. As in the round robin matchup, it was a 6-5 win in the first set for Ryan Craig before a 7-4 win in the second by Pat Bird to take it to a tiebreak. So it appears to be holding 2, if I were to guess, from our position on the Queen's balcony. 1 and a look is the call from the marker. So I don't expect Pat to change much here. He doesn't really need to, given his position that he was at. Coming in on his backhand side, looking for a bit more curl. Will it get there enough? It will. So definitely 1 and a look on 2 more. Big bowl here needed from Ryan Craig. Coming in on the backhand. Looks fairly... and it will just be a bit through. But that's where there's going to be some thinking in this next little bit. Because, yes, Pat's holding 1 and a look on 2 more. But there are 3 at the back of the ring. And it is highly possible Ryan Craig could look to try trail that jack. So big bowl here from Pat Bird out of Calgary. And that, as expected there, he will draw the tee. As the winds keep on gusting here at the Edmonton Lawn Bowls, Commonwealth Lawn Bowls Club in Edmonton. It is looking like a beautiful day here. The sun is shining and the bowls have been phenomenal. As it's 16 degrees right now. Wind gusts to 37 right now. So big bowl here from Ryan Craig. Will that get there? It looks like it has. So pending confirmation, that would be a 5-1 lead in favor of Quebec. And that's where you start to play through the numbers game, as it would be 2 ends to play and up by 4. And that is the count of 1s, a 5-1 lead through 5. So this is a big end here, because if Ryan Craig were to score this end, it would be a first set win. And that's the advantage of having in the singles play, as if he were to win the first set, even a draw would favor in the second set would also favor him. So opening bowl here from Ryan Craig, draws inside of a foot. Well done. Just probably about a bowl and a half above jack high. So expect to see Pat Bird on his forehand on the side of the ring closest to your camera. Looking to get to the jack. It looks close. Pushes it through. Will sit what appears to be shot ball. So Ryan Craig looking to make the correction, coming in on his backhand. The very quick style play from the Quebec champion will come just a little bit through. As I see my pair's teammate Raymond McDonald making an appearance now, as we'll look forward to getting into the action coming up this afternoon. So Pat Bird with his second, coming in on his forehand side. Looks fairly close here. Oh, my apologies. The wind is deceiving me there this morning, as it will just sail on through. So shot ball. The marker is signaling a measure. From this camera angle, I would kind of favor the red ball of Team Quebec. Oh, that is a ripper of a ball. That angles off the front. Shot ball belonging now to Quebec 1-2. Which, if that were the case, that would be a first set win if it holds. Of course, unlike the round robin where all the ends of the set had to be played, if a set becomes out of reach, we would immediately head on to the second set. So this is going to be a big ball needed from Pat Bird, the 9-time Canadian champion, multi-time in both the fours and the singles, looking to keep this set alive. Playing in on his backhand. Will it hold? Sails through with his third, so that will be a big unforced error there from Bird, but given the tricky wind conditions, it is probably understandable. Ryan Craig looking for the response. Expect to see him go on the backhand side. A bit of a trail behind to his own would be an excellent shot to boost his confidence going into the second half of this matchup. Will come just narrow, so it appears to be 1-2 in favor of Quebec. Pat Bird with the final bowl here and number 6. We'll try to get you updates coming up shortly of the other finals alongside. Don't forget, as we head into the second set of disciplines, that there will be the online scoring, of course, continuing on. Big bowl here from Pat Bird. Will it get there? It will. What a bowl from Pat Bird. Jack in the ditch and stays with it. So it looks like it will be a count of 2. What a bowl from the Alberta champion to keep his first set hopes alive. So Pat bringing the jack back. Correction, bring the mat back to the tee. So probably expect to see this go a little bit more of a distance for sure. We'll give you the update as I see it is a 4-1 lead for Team Saskatchewan. Jordan Koss and Heather Hanoski over Jan and Bev Robinson through 4, and it appears 2-1 lead for Saskatchewan's Harriet Petuli, Rachel Larson, and Janice Robson over the team of Joanna Cooper, Taryn Mitchell, and Kiera Shalo of Alberta. And in the men's final, in the fours, it is what appears to be a dominating 6-0 lead for Brian Ranger and his team out of Commonwealth. Team Alberta, but Team Ontario have been known to play a bit of a game where they've been strong to come from behind. Of course, against our Nova Scotia team, coming back from 7-1 down to win 13-8. So Ryan Craig opening up this end with a beautiful ball after a bowl in the ditch from Pat Bird. Pat Bird coming in on the forehand side. And we'll sail through again. Big opportunity here for Ryan Craig to give himself a good position for the final end of the first set. Draws just probably about a foot and change above Jack High. Appears to be sitting shot. Bowl 1-2. Bird with his third. Coming in on the forehand side. And just sailing wide. Expect to see Ryan Craig playing his backhand, trying to draw him behind to get a bit of coverage. Because you'd expect Pat Bird to not be far off with this. Draws to split the two back bowls there of Pat Bird's. And we'll mention there just as Pat takes a look at the head. A big third end for Heng Lee and his team out of Ontario as it is a count of 3 to open up their accounts here on a beautiful Thursday morning here in Edmonton. So expect Pat to probably play on his forehand side, the left side of the rink from your screen. Big bowl needed here because if Pat does not make this to a count of 2, it would be count of at least 2. It would be a first set win for Quebec. Big weight here from Bird. And we'll go narrow. So Ryan Craig will not have to throw. It will be a count of 2. So a first set win, 7-3 for Quebec. Ryan Craig out of Pierrefonds. As he looks to become, as far as I can think, probably the first Quebec winner of the men's singles, probably since the 1950s. I'll have to take a look and see whether I can get some answers to that. Actually, my apologies. There will be the first since 2010 when it was Michel Leroux that took out the title. And previously, before that, it would date back quite considerably to 1970. Before that, as Pat Bird drew a beautiful one, and what a response from Ryan Craig. Trails it back to open to be about a bowl and change above Jack High. As some clouds have started to take away a bit of the sunshine there, so hopefully that will give you a good view of the action here. So Pat will come in on his forehand side. This side has been curling quite well for him with his arrow grooves. Great position there, but shot bowl still belonging to Quebec. So a few inches above Jack High, the shot bowl of Ryan Craig's. So Ryan Craig, he will come in on the backhand side, trying to find Pat Bird's bowl, will just sail on through. And you got to think after the opening round matchup where it was a extra end victory for the Quebec champion out of Pierrefonds, that he'd be coming in with a lot of confidence, as we see Pat Bird with an amazing draw. Sits Jack High. Option still for Ryan Craig, as he can play his backhand side. He can either rest the bowl at Jack High, draw the Jack clean, or even bump up his bowl a little bit, because one rotation would be enough. Final bowl here for Quebec. Down by one in the head, but looking real close. Oh, and just about a ball short. And it's an interesting matchup when you think you have Ryan Craig, the Nationals rookie. This is his first experience, as far as I'm aware of, at the national championship, facing off against the experienced veteran in Pat Bird, the 9-time Canadian champion. Final bowl here in the first end of the second set. Bird trying to draw in on the forehand side for him, as the left-hander looks fairly close and will just be a little bit too far. So it appears to be close enough there that it might be an umpire call. Dwayne Houck anxiously awaiting the call with the Calpers, and we'll see our first appearance from our umpiring crew. Of course, Dwayne Houck, our chief umpire for Canada, and we thank him and all of his team there. Of course, George Kubis as well, his predecessor, who the two of them, along with the awesome crew of officials, have been doing a great job throughout this whole championship, and will continue to do so for the next few days of competition. So you'll see the bowls being wedged just to make sure there that nothing moves. Dwayne will go first to the bowl there. Ryan Craig of Quebec. Over to the other side to the bowl of Pat Bird of Alberta. Back again one more time. As the wind gusts are picking up here at the Commonwealth, the bowls have been phenomenal, and we hope there that you're enjoying the action. Going back once again, wanting to be absolutely sure before making a call here. And again, and it appears to be one shot in favor of Pat Bird. What a moment there. Only his third, and that he's won this match. Now you're starting to see the classic Pat Bird style there that we are so familiar with for any of our viewers who have watched the previous finals, with especially the one with that many of you would have tuned in with me in 2023 in Juan de Fuca, as he was quite good at playing that nice short length. Bird kicking off this end on his backhand side. Ninth end of play here from Commonwealth. As we see, I believe that's a 5-2 lead for Alberta in the triples. That is the team of Cooper, Mitchell, and Shalo over the team of Petuli, Larson, and Robson, and deadlocked 4 apiece between the team of Koss and Hanoski. of Saskatchewan playing against the sister duo of Robinson and Robinson. My apologies for the weather's kind of rearranging the furniture a little bit. So we'll do our best to keep bringing you all the action here as we see Pat comes up a little bit short, probably about a few feet up. Shot pole belonging to Quebec. So Ryan Craig looking to respond, coming in on his backhand side. Will appears to draw a second. And will that get there? It will not. It will jam on the front. Shot pole belonging to Quebec. I would suspect there the Quebec champion did ask for permission there to come down to the head. Of course, the movement of play rules are in effect, as we do have there that the singles players, you're not normally allowed to go down before the delivery of your third bowl unless you ask for permission. But in the case of a final like this, you would rarely ever see a situation where you would say no to that. Oh, good attempt there from Ryan Craig, but just jams on the front. So Quebec sitting shot bowl here in this ninth end of play. Second end of the second set. Coming in on his backhand. Looking fairly close. Will it curl? It will not. And you got to suspect the wind might have played a factor there, as it was kind of playing a big gusty toward him and changed a bit of the opportunities with that shot. Final bowl here for Ryan Craig and number 2 of the second set, looking for what could be a big shot here on the forehand. Looking close. Will he get it? And he will. What a bowl. Appears to be for a count of 3 if my view is correct, and that would be a doozy of a shot here. And it looks like it will. It will be a count of 3. What a bowl to kick off his account in the second set. We'll try to get you updates here on the men's fours final shortly, as it looks like they're nearing the completion of an end that has been one of our nail biter matchups there. Of course, Heng Lee and his crew out of Ontario versus Brian Ranger and his crew out of Alberta. And what a great ball to start this third end from Ryan Craig. Comes to rest Jack high. And of course, interesting to see there a bit of an interesting bowls matchup when you have the arrow grooves, which are a bit of a narrower bias. Oh, great shot there from Pat Bird. Trails the Jack to sit shot ball. Versus the Taylor International, where the International is a bit more of a wider bias. Big bowl here. Ryan Craig comes up just about a foot and change short of Jack high. The shot ball still belonging to Pat Bird of Alberta. As I just saw there, the crew bringing in the podium for the first set of medal presentations, which will take place following this session. Before many of these players would head into the second half of action. I know Harry Patulli is scheduled to play in the fours, I believe. Jan Robinson, I know, is in the women's singles, which is going to be a super strong field as well. And then, of course, many of the ones there in the men's fours have also been in to the pairs and triples events as well. We wish all of them the best of luck. Pat Bird coming in on his forehand side will just go a little deep. So shot ball still belonging to Alberta. And in an update of the game on rink number 4, it is a 10-6 lead for Team Ontario as they've stormed back from a 6-0 deficit to take a 4-shot lead in this matchup. So Ryan Craig, probably seeing him following that same backhand line that we saw him utilize a few times so far this day. Oh, actually, my apologies. Looks like he's going to play the forehand, trying to draw or promote. That's not going to curl as much as you'd think. So Alberta holding one as the wind picks up again. As we see the furniture rearranging downstairs. I just saw a umbrella flying all over the place. As I see my mother and Jackie Foster, they trying to tell me to do the Queen's wave there. Oh, what a ball from Pat Bird to level this matchup at 3 apiece. What a finale that we are seeing. to level this contest at 3-3 with 4 ends to play in the second set. Update of the women's pairs final. The Saskatchewan champions Jordan Koss and Heather Hanoski now with a 6-4 lead after 6. And a 7-2 lead for the team of Joanna Cooper, Taryn Mitchell, and Kiara Shalo over on rink number 7 in the women's triples final. That is Alberta with the lead over Saskatchewan. Back to our feature game here. Pat Bird trails it on through his bowling on through, so opportunity knocking for Ryan Craig and just sails on through. Line was good though. Good chance for him to adjust there. Great to see an excellent crowd here supporting the players in these finals before the second set of discipline starts this afternoon. If you're in the Edmonton area, make sure to get on down here to the Commonwealth Lawn Bowls Club, the historic venue home of the 1978 Commonwealth Games, one of the few venues that can say that they have had the opportunity to hold the Commonwealth Games here at home. And of course, international bowls. My apologies. I might have just gotten attacked by the Manitoba flag. There, as we see there, Pat Bird comes to rest just about a foot or so just behind Jack High. Big bowl here from Ryan Craig coming in on the forehand side. Trying to rest the bowl of Pat Bird's will just go narrow. So holding 2 in a look, Pat Bird. So I expect to see him come in on the backhand side of that he's been playing quite well there throughout this matchup. And this is really a big end in this in this game, as a multi-shot lead with 3 ends to play would be a very big moment. My apologies. Like I said, the wind has been fierce. I'll just back up a little bit just so that the flag doesn't hit our audio. And thanks to the crew at Kiwi Productions helping us out there, going above and beyond the Call of Duty in the little bit of the windy weather conditions. And what a ball from Pat Bird, draws front toucher. But here's the question, looking at this. If you're Ryan Craig, you're ideally looking for the back bowl, but I could also see a case for playing a bit aggressive. Because if he plays for contact on the front toucher of Pat Bird's, it would probably push the jack through to make 2. Will it hold? And it won't. It looks like it will be a count of 2 and a look. Looking probably like 3, which would be massive with 3 ends to play. Don't forget there as well, we'll have coverage once again on Saturday for the finals, and also there will be I've been told, select games as well during the round robin stages that will be streamed, so stay tuned for more information on that. As Canadian Bowls is going to hit high gear here from the finals days at the 2025 Canadian Lawn Bowling Championships. John Siteman here with you, bringing you all the action from Green A here at the Commonwealth Lawn Bowling Club. As we saw, Pat Bird draws the side touchers. It's jack high. So that was a big 3 there. It's a 6-3 lead after 4. And what a bowl responding from Ryan Craig. Draws a toucher of his own. The classic, as I said, very similar in the morning. Anything you can do, I can do better. And looking to force a response out of the multi-time Canadian champion, Pat Bird. And he will. What a bowl, shot for shot. Ryan Craig going in on the backhand side. Looks like it's just going to be a little bit wide. Good position, though. Update of the game over on rink number 6 is a 6-5 lead for Team Saskatchewan, Jordan Koss and Heather Hanoski. As I was just getting to before we got into a bit of action here, it's exciting to see their international bowls coming back to Canada. Coming up this September, the Atlantic International Challenge will be headed to Windsor, Ontario. That is going to be a exciting week as Canada, the United States, Ireland, and Scotland will battle it out. So if you're in the area coming up in late September, make sure to get on down to Windsor. As many of the top players from all those 4 countries, including some that, oh, what a bowl. Ryan Craig trails the jack to sit 2 and jammed quite well. Yep, many of these players who have been here this week will be in action in Windsor. Of course, Jordan Koss, a member of that roster. Also great to see the Canadian superstars there. They're now based in Australia playing professionally. There, whether it's Ryan Bester, the 2023 world champion, Kelly McKierhan, the former world number 1, and Emma Boyd, who's also one of the top players for Canada, now playing as the bowls coordinator at Club Tweed on the Gold Coast. and also an Australian Open champion in her own right, alongside the Kelly McKierhan, Leanne Shinnery, and Australian Louise Cronin. Pat Bird looking to play on his backhand side. Conversion weight. Will it hold enough? Oh, what a bowl. Shot for shot here on a Thursday morning. It's one of those ones where it's like, who's going to force the issue? Of course, Quebec with that 7-3 lead to win in the first set. Pat Bird has stormed back to hold a 6-3 lead with 3 to play. However, the advantage, of course, of that first set win is that if it were to be a tie, the matchup would go to Quebec. Big ball here coming in on the forehand. Oh, and just a little wide. So you see Ryan Craig just stretching a little bit to get ready for what should be a wild last 2 ends of this matchup in the second set. Alberta's Pat Bird with a 7-3 lead. He's taken a strong performance here in the second set, scoring 4 of the last 5. And this past 3-end run has been a huge performance from him. And he'll be in action in the second half, as he'll be playing the triples for Team Saskatchewan alongside Roy Riggy and Charlie Taylor. So starting off at the 6th end of the second set, Pat Bird draws a few feet behind. Ryan Craig with the response. Draws just tight, but appears to be shot ball. Probably about a ball and change behind Jack High. Looking for the response there, Pat Bird. Pat just adjusting there. He might have been a little put off by a yell on the other ring. Pat's known to be a very deliberate player there, so better to take that extra second there. Draws just behind. Appears to be shot ball still belonging to Quebec. Ryan Craig on the forehand, looking, will come narrow. So now is where you think there's opportunities still on the that'd be his backhand line, but could you consider sitting the shot ball of Ryan Craig's, or even just trailing the jack? And a bit of an unforced error from Bird. Opportunity to capitalize there. Ryan Craig on his forehand side, looking to sit the bowl. Will it get there? It will. What a bowl. He's going to need a massive effort the next 2 ends there, and it looks like he has a chance to do so with this performance that he has been putting up here this morning. we close out the first half of competition from the Canadian Lawn Bowling Championships. Thank you for tuning in with me here from the Queen's Balcony here at the Commonwealth Lawn Bowling Club. Update of the game over on rink number 4. As we have the men's fours final, Alberta versus Ontario. It is a 10-9 lead for Team Ontario over the Alberta champions out of Commonwealth. And great to see a packed house around the greens. I saw the lead for the BC men's pairs. Ryan Pollard coming up here to the balcony to watch all the action as well. Looking forward to playing him during the upcoming set of disciplines. Pat Bird here with his final bowl of this and number 6. Big opportunity here for what a moment here. Bit of a jam from Pat Bird, so opportunity here for Quebec to draw for a third. And that would put it to be a one-shot margin with 1 to play in the second set. Ryan Craig, the powerful player out of Pierrefonds, looking big bowl here. Ryan Craig, is he there? And he won't be. A bit of an unforced error there too, but it still puts him within striking distance. And it will be a count of 2. So it's going to come down to this for the men's singles final. Will we be going to an extra, to the tiebreak, or will it be the title headed to Montreal? So this is a huge end here for Ryan Craig. Down by 2, but having won the first set, he's playing a fairly long length. Will it hold? And no, it won't. So that advantage now goes to Pat Bird to set his preferred length of choice. A little bit of a shorter style of delivery compared to what we're used to from Pat. And what a bowl over there from Heng Lee of Ontario in the men's fours, as it appears he drew the lip of the ditch. Absolutely impressive shot making all across the rings. Umpire has been called on our rink for a jack measure, it appears. So that will bring Dwayne Hauk to the rink. This will be a huge moment in this matchup. Is this short, or We had a legal length here. It is 21-1. It is just in. Of course, Canadian domestic play, 21 meters, the minimum jack length, versus the international standard 23. So big end here for Ryan Craig. A 2 would be the title. Anything less, and it would be a trip to a 3-end tiebreak. So Craig drawing about a meter short. Big bowl here from Pat Bird, responds with a beautiful bowl. So expect to see another forehand draw here from Ryan Craig. Coming down nicely. Will it get there? And it will just be a little bit deep. Opportunity still. Pat Bird looking to respond, probably playing a similar draw on his forehand. Correction, his backhand line. My apologies. Making the draw there will come just a bit through. Ryan Craig looking to draw the jack or rest off the front. Will he get there? What a bowl, and he will. Appears to be holding 2, which would be match lie. I can't even imagine right now what's going through Ryan Craig's head right now. The pressure in the big moments, and he's been living up to the occasion. Update quickly as Pat Bird goes down to the head. A 6-6 tie in the women's pairs final between the team of Koss and Hanoski versus the team of Robinson and Robinson. Big bowl needed here from Pat Bird on his third bowl of this end. Coming in on what would be his backhand side, it appears. He really needs to make this draw perfect, or else the door opens for Quebec. Third bowl here. Pat Bird from the Calgary Lawn Bowls Club. Looks close. And it will. Now he forces the question. Can Ryan Craig trail this and make a deuce? Or will we be off to match tiebreak? Final bowl here, end number 14, the seventh end of the second set. Playing on the backhand. Looking for the trail for the deuce. Looks close. And will just be wide. And it appears to be there a count of 1 in favor of Alberta. So we are off to a match tiebreak to decide our national champion. First set win was in favor of Ryan Craig of Pierrefonds in Montreal, and then Pat Bird responding from Calgary with an 8-5 win in the second. So, of course, now it comes down to this, a 3-end tiebreak to decide your national champion. A reminder, it is points do matter in the tiebreak. Some of you may be familiar with the World Bowls Tour style tiebreak where it would just be win the end. In this instance, it is not. It is the points play in the tiebreak still. Update as we're just awaiting the result of the toss. It is an 11-10 lead for Brian Ranger and Team Alberta in the men's fours final over on rink number 4. As we see the Bird and Craig shake hands, wish each other the best of luck. Both players have exemplified themselves so well throughout this contest. So off to this now. The honors in the first end of the tiebreak will go to Pat Bird. Playing that nice short length that he's been quite fond of over the years. And coming in on his backhand side. And beautiful ball, draws a toucher. Ryan Craig with the response. Ryan Craig, don't mind if I do. He gets close, but just a little not close enough. Pat Bird with his second. Still think it's just the one right now, so that's a big break for Ryan Craig. Looking to get a bit of an edge. Will it get there? It will just flip the bowl, but not enough. Phenomenal stuff across the greens there is a round of applause for Hang Lee and his crew out of Ontario as they level the matchup at 11 over there on the other rink. And just what a phenomenal standard we're seeing on all 4 rinks. Like just on this one, you have 4 of the 5 bowls delivered within pretty much that mat length effectiveness that you would hope for. So what a way to cap off what has been a phenomenal first few days of bowls, and we hope you're enjoying the coverage. Ryan Craig with his third. Coming in on the backhand side. Wind picking up here. Moves it around, but will not move the shot bowl. Pat Bird holding two. The wind is definitely a rocking here on a Thursday morning. A reminder, don't forget, if you're in the Edmonton area, make sure to get on down here to the club and cheer on the players for what will continue to be an exciting week of bowls, as we'll have the round robin kickoff for the second half coming up at 2:30 Mountain Time. As we see Captain Corduroy himself, Derek Dillon, giving me some gestures of support, I hope. He's definitely watching all these games with anticipation there, as many of these players would be aiming to represent Canada in the future. Big bowl here from Pat Bird, looking to hopefully draw third or put some protection in case Ryan Craig decides to drive at this. Drawing the tee there, so that probably what I would have expected him to do in this instance. He doesn't need to go near this. So the question now, what do you do in this instance? I'd probably look to play firm onto those front bowls there of his on the backhand side. Try to play for contact and hopefully go bowl on bowl. Update of the game over on rink number 6. It is an 8-6 lead after 10 for Jordan Koss and Heather Hanoski of Saskatchewan over the Alberta champions. And it looks like that will sail through, so that will be a count of 2, it looks like. So Pat Bird takes the lead in the first end of tiebreak. And my apologies, it looks like, yes, it will be a final. It will be a Canadian Championship win in the women's triples for the team of Cooper. Correction, sorry, my apologies. I'll give the full names of the players there as it's a win. Kiera Shalo, Taryn Mitchell, and Joanna Cooper with a dominating performance. It appears to be at least it was 12-2. But congratulations as well to our runners-up, Harriet Petuli, Rachel Larson, and Janice Robson of Saskatchewan. An excellent performance all week, and they'll be continuing on into the next set of disciplines. Oh, and it was a count of 3. That is a big count for Pat Bird here in our feature, as he could finish this game off in this end. So the pressure comes down to Ryan Craig, and he has lived up to the expectations there throughout, as it looks like it will hold shot. Pat Bird with the response. Playing on it'll be his forehand line. Trying to draw around, will pull a beautiful ball. Ryan Craig on the forehand, trying to come down to it. It looks close. It looks real close. What a bowl. Draws a toucher. So Pat Bird asking the question of the position of his back bowl. A few inches behind. So big bowl here from the 9-time Canadian champion out of Calgary with his third of this second end of the tiebreak. And will come up short, but just what a great bowl still. Ryan Craig going to come down and take a look at this. See what he can come up with. Ideally, you'd like to see a 2 with this, at least. To put some pressure on leading into the late stages of tiebreak. And the wind has been absolutely sailing. Ryan Craig on the backhand here, trying to will his bowl around, put himself in a position to win this match. But holding 1 will be his current count. Still 1 more needed, but you would expect that you would need to at least be within 1 especially against a player of Pat Bird's caliber. Looks like there might be a big shift in the women's pairs final. We'll keep you up to date. Pat Bird here, final bowl in the second end of the tiebreak. Coming in on his backhand side. It looks fairly close there. Will it get through the hole? And a toucher. Don't mind if I do. It's one of those ones right there right now. If Ryan Craig's been asked the question, if you and quoting the words of the legendary professional wrestler John Cena, if you want some, come get some. you're going to need to. He's forced into the big moment here, needing to come through a tight court and probably flop right there to try to sit a count of 2 at least in the area right now. So that's he can also afford to, if he wants to play this on his backhand and kind of play a bit of a double, you could do it. Update of the game over on number 6. It is a 11-8 lead for the team of Robinson and Robinson out of Alberta, as it was a 5-ender on the team of Koss and Hanoski. But still, lots of balls left to be played. Big ball here from Ryan Craig, looking for the gap, and will come tight. So it appears to be shot ball belonging to Ryan Craig. Sorry, my apologies, to Pat Bird. So it's down to this. Anything but a full count. And the title would go to Pat Bird of Alberta. Ryan Craig needs 4. Update of the feature over on our other final, as it will be a 13-11 lead after 10 in favor of Ontario in the men's fours. As Heng Lee looks to ascend to the mountaintop after moving over from British Columbia to Ontario. He's been having himself a strong outing in this championship. Back to our feature game here. Pat Bird to open up this third end of the tiebreak. So Ryan Craig playing about a meter through there. Definitely don't want any short balls here, as that could be the main difference in this matchup. So Bird going to come in again on that backhand line of his that he's been playing so well. And what a ball. Draws about a foot behind. Ryan Craig going through. So you'd expect there right now that if you were Pat Bird, you're going to try to find some position here. You could either draw the tee if you think that he's gonna hit, or to me, I think you come in on his forehand side and split those 2 red. Final 2 bowls. of the tiebreak. The last few bowls of the first half of this championship. Who will be headed to Club Barham in Australia next year to represent Canada? Pat Bird currently has one hand on the trophy now. But Ryan Craig looking to extend this game for a little while longer and give himself a chance to win this. And you can certainly say all credit to the Quebec champion out of Pierrefonds. He has played outstanding against a top-notch field of talent. Coming in on the forehand side. Looking for the trail. Plays the trail, but doesn't fall with it. But this is where it's going to get interesting because the position is there. He can play that backhand, my apologies, that forehand line that he's been playing so well. He might have the chance to do it again. So you would expect that now you would have to see Pat Bird either play for some more coverage or go to the tee. To me, I think the coverage play is what you need. You got to split the reds, put Ryan Craig under the pressure, and see if he were to if he has the answer. Final bowl here, end number 3 of the tiebreak. And draws the shot, but honestly, in this position, I don't think he's happy about that, because the position that puts it is that he can probably have some good options to have a confident go at this. As we await Ryan Craig's final bowl, we'd like to send a huge thank you once again to our Bowls Canada partners, the Government of Canada through Sport Canada, MVP Sports, and Kukri. Big bowl needed here from Ryan Craig. Will we be going one more, or will Pat Bird be a 4-time champion here at home? Arguably the biggest bowl of his career, Ryan Craig. He's close, and it won't be enough. It will be Pat Bird out of Calgary who will take his 4th Canadian men's singles championship. Appears to be a 1, so it would be a final of 3-7, 8-5, 5-0. So we're down to this, the last two games on the green. Women's pairs and men's fours. We'll talk to you here about the men's fours. Brian Ranger, Brad Roden, Nathan Finley, and Lou Handley currently down by 3 against the team of Heng Lee, Desmond Tibby. David Defoe and Jake Masterson. Also awaiting the final bowl from Jordan Koss on the women's pairs final, down by 3. So the final bowl over there on the women's pairs. Jordan Koss looking to score at least a 3 to send this to an extra. On the drive. And that'll do it. It will be the title for the team of Alberta B, Jan and Bev Robinson, who will win the title. But what a game from both teams. Commiserations to the team of Koss and Hanoski. Heather will continue on to the women's singles. Jordan will be off to the Atlantic International Challenge in Windsor to represent Team Canada. We wish her the best of luck. But your women's pairs champions, the team of Jan and Bev Robinson, as they return to the top of the podium as champions. Down to this, the final game of this first half, the men's fours. We hope you're enjoying the action. This is some amazing bowling right down to the wire here. Brad Roden playing with some contact. Appears to be still, I believe that is Ontario, with the white bowl there as the shot. Heng Lee with his first of 2. A reminder with the fours there again, it is 2 bowls per player. 12 ends and the 2-hour time limit, but we will not need that. We are in the final end anyway. So it looks like he must be down because he's on the drive. And a big drive from Heng Lee. Letting out some emotion here on a Thursday morning. Actually, now Thursday afternoon, as we now hit 1:25 local time. Brian Ranger out of Commonwealth, the club president here at the host club. Looking to become a champion here at home and make it 3 for 3 this morning. On the drive, Brian Ranger. And he goes wide. As the wind picks up once again, Hang Lee heads down to the mat one more time. Looking to just draw the tee. Jams on the front. What are the options? I don't think it's there. Playing with Heath. And that'll do it. It'll be Ontario with the win. In the men's fours final. So there you have it. That is the end of the first half of competition here from the Canadian Lawn Bowling Championships. A reminder, stay tuned to Bowls Canada's social media for updates on the next set of the live stream games, as we'll see more action throughout the next few days leading into the second set of finals on Saturday. So just to close out our coverage, your champions in the men's fours: Ontario, Hang Lee, Desmond Tibby, David Defoe, and Jake Masterson in an epic performance. Runners up: Alberta, Brian Ranger, Brad Roden, Nathan Finley, and Lou Handley. In the women's pairs, the champions: Jan and Bev Robinson of Alberta. The runners-up: Jordan Koss and Heather Hanoski. In the triples, Alberta A, the team of Joanna Cooper, Taryn Mitchell, and Kiara Shalo take it over. Harriet Petuli, Rachel Larson, and Janice Robson. And your champion headed off to Club Barham in New South Wales to represent Canada next year. Your Canadian men's singles champion, Pat Bird, and in an epic performance as finishing up as the runner-up. Congratulations as well to Quebec, Ryan Craig. So that's all we have for you this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for tuning in to all the action and supporting bowls across Canada here with watching this live stream. Stay tuned for more information on upcoming live stream coverage. Till next time, from the Canadian Lawn Bowling Championships here in Edmonton, Alberta, and on behalf of our broadcast colleagues behind the scenes, Kiwi Productions, this is John Seitman signing off from Edmonton and the Canadian Lawn Bowling Championships.